Welcome to my stream, where knowledge reigns supreme. Calm and collected, I'm about to go
Fixerbot
live, you
says.
know what I mean.
Welcome. Stream starts in 5 minutes.
Gonna teach you something new. Learning, hacking, exploring. There's so much we can do. Feel the excitement as we dive into uncharted lands. New discoveries await in this digital wonderland. Together we'll unravel the secrets. All along the code, no limits, no boundaries, no knowledge will explode. Welcome to my stream where the fire of knowledge burns bright. Chat with me, let's embark on this journey of delight. From the basics to superpowers, we'll learn and grow. In this stream of knowledge, together we'll grow.
T minus 4 minutes.
Welcome to my stream, where knowledge reigns supreme. Calm and collected, I'm about to go live, you know what I mean. Got high expectations, gonna teach you something new. Learning, hacking, exploring. There's so much we can do. Feel the excitement as we dive into uncharted lands. New discoveries await in this digital wonderland. Together we'll unravel the secrets. All along the code, no limits, no boundaries, no knowledge will explode. Welcome to my stream where the fire of knowledge burns bright. Chat with me, let's embark on this journey of delight. From the basics to superpowers, we'll learn and grow. In this stream of knowledge, together we'll grow. Welcome to my stream, where knowledge reigns supreme. Calm and collected, I'm about to go live, you know what I mean. Got high
Stream about to start. 1 minute left.
Gonna teach you something new. Learning, hacking, exploring. There's so much we can do. Feel the excitement as we dive into uncharted lands. New discoveries await in this digital wonderland. Together we'll unravel the secrets. All along the code, no limits, no boundaries, no knowledge will explode.
see, my other mic was muted. Yeah. So there. I'd help my kid. That's typical, you know. Right when you click the start button. So I gave him made some sandwiches. So today, normal stream. It's almost like odd now. We have so many odd streams. So a normal is not normal. So I'm still a bit in the middle of cleaning here the place. So the shelf I usually have on the side is not here right now. And my AC is kind of connected now, but it's also angled into the wardrobes, which is not where it's usually supposed to be. But I thought I can't have it on anyway, so let's just start. So what I noticed was that as the last 3 streams, before it actually started, it's had an error message OBS that my hard drive is actually empty, or there's not enough space to record, and I don't think I'm going to record anymore. So let's actually turn off this. So it's actually waiting there. Yeah, I don't want that. Says wait for 2 whole seconds. That's a lot. No, it's not. But I mean, if I want the music to start when I actually click the button, now I have to click an OK button, and then it will wait for 2 seconds more. So it won't kind of get the start of the music anyway. And we also have it when remote streaming. I believe, let's see. No, I don't have it there. Okay, the start recording is at the very end here. And I'm not using this currently, so that's why it hasn't been a problem. Because if the hard drive is full, it will just not start, you know. So I've been just using Twitch's own and just uploading them to YouTube. Alright, I'm so sorry. This is so very odd. Forgetting the mic. I guess now you can hear me too. So, this is fixed because I'm not really recording them. I'm using YouTube as backup instead and uploading straight from Twitch there. So I don't have the hard drive space now when I'm streaming this much to actually record it all on my hard drive. It's not there. I'm not going to buy hard drives to do that either. So, well, let's do. I didn't want to do this in the middle of the countdown because it will kind of break it, right? So I know that the only way to actually stop one of these is to edit the code. So it would have been going forever in the countdown scene, I think. Anyway, let's move this out of the way. And let's actually, because I actually closed the computer tonight. I have to start all the things here. Alright, this. I went shopping late yesterday because we had run out of some stuff. But I actually got both of my kids to McDonald's drive-thru. That's amazing since one of them only last time he was outside was like 2 weeks ago, but that's the only other time this year. Right, and I bought a new one of these that automatically does your parking metering for you, and they've started using it here, so I thought, well, I don't want to have to do it every time I park. I live kind of over here. It's just a very normal tiny shop, whatever. Yeah, the weather is kind of nice. Oh look, they decreased. Yes, tomorrow should have been 29. I'm kind of happy it's 28 instead. So the coldest temperature being 18 today. Yeah, it's not cold here. It's outside on the roof here is 44.2 and inside is 28. So is that cool? I don't know. I kind of think it's much colder than last week at least. We'll see. We'll see what happens to the temperature, if I can think or not. Because I kind of noticed when you get overheated, it's like, think. Nah, can't do that. So, there was some link from Facebook about oh yeah, I was trying to find the number of the bus. That's what I was doing. So Monday morning, I'm a bit late. Let's start to upload of one of these. I'll have to plan if I'll even stop doing this, because I don't think the last one was okay. Right, this is a big one, next one. I'm not sure if I split it. So, should be like maybe the 21st or something. This is the last one I uploaded. And this one is 13 hours, right? So this one, did I split it? I have a memory splitting it up, but I haven't uploaded it. Yeah, it took kind of a long time to split it too. So these are split. I just have to upload one at a time to YouTube, and it'll be done. And it has all of the name I wanted to have there. So I'm sure this took over an hour to to do. So when I check back, we can close everything down except for this one. So I actually clicked something or two things during the weekend, so that we'll get this tiny 35-day streak going here. We finished this one, I guess. Cron jobs. Right, I remember the password being 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, that was funny. Yeah, and these are the ones I just clicked to keep the streak. Why I would care, I don't know. It feels like at least it's a tiny... Everything that motivates you to study is good. And this is, if I keep this up, I'll have a tiny bit more. Though I'm already motivated, so whatever. I'll just finish my sandwich. I bought this yesterday. It's very good. I was listening to Security Now here. And before that, I actually listened to a Swedish security pod. That's two of my old colleagues are doing that I worked with on my in theater. Yeah. So I already have a the upload succeeded there to YouTube, meaning it'll probably say a number of hours here before it's done. I'll still saying will begin shortly. So this might take 10 hours, we'll see. Let me start VMware too. I think we'll need that. So, I'm starting to lose count of how many streams I've done to YouTube, but I'm going to open it up. This is the 4th, counting a tiny one, or not counting a tiny one. So I'm just oh, my phone is not on. I'll switch the classic way. So, right, to get to it, is there a way to get to it that's, if I go to my channel, I should see it, right? There. And then I see it, and I can check that we're online. Right, to get to it. Right, this one too. To get to it, that's, if I go to my channel, I should see it, right? So, phone not on still. I see it, and I can check that we're online. Alright, sorry for leaving that on so long. There, I'll have it on so my phone that I control stream from. There. Well, it's just to get started. Starting the Kali VM, and this is just the ad of the phone app. Come on. I always get TikTok ads, and there was like someone peeling an orange or something. Very honest ads. Let's start this one too. And also, if the traffic is... Let's try the stream. Windows open. Let me actually hop onto YouTube here now and listen. Let's start this one too. And also... Yeah, so it's very audible. I'll have to close my window Windows when open. I stream. because that's kind of noisy,
YouTube,
right?
Listen. Let's start this one too. And
yeah, so you can hear the traffic too much. I'll just close the window. Meaning I'll just disconnect to the AC. 1, 2. Let's see here. Better do these things before I really get started. This is actually I kept the curtain down because it's kind of bright light. Let's see here. So this is what is out my window with this thing. One here, take less space in here. I'm going to remove the column filter window I made. It's kind of quick now. Alright, if I place it on the other side, closing the window so we get rid of that noise. I think I'll pull this one down low. There. I still have some organizing to do. Well, maybe you can hear that still, I don't know. But I can't do much about it. Now the window is closed at least. It's less loud. Maybe you should have a filter for that. I think I have had that before. Well, it's time to get started. And it's even more sweaty here now. Well, we'll see. I do have a fan over there, but that's also audible. So if I start that, I will have to use this mic instead. I should really make a test, right? Like one stream just using this mic, then one with only this one, the whole stream. Maybe a section of a stream that's like clear, so that I can check it out, because it might not be good. People say it's good. We'll see. Anyway, it's time to get started. We have Linux privilege escalation. So I'm actually going to make a marker since, there. Good morning.
John Rosemary says, "Good morning."
So I'm just about to get started here. I had to close the window, meaning it's warmer, I guess. At least there's not that tiny flow of air that you have from, even if on the roof outside it's 44 degrees and inside it's just 28. Anyway, we have some breeze if it's open. Let's get started. Linux privilege escalation. We've been doing this through a few times. Some of them have been kind of long and just making notes, making sure I have everything in the notes. So now we're at privilege escalation path. And I did click the start button, so it should be started already. So we have a few things to check here. Oh. Right, I need to open my notes too, because I'm sure we will have something that is new at least. There. So this weekend I've been having a bit of pain here, and when I was checking outside with my flea market, I found I actually had this in my sales pile, so now I'm trying to have this underneath there instead. Softer than my oak table, definitely. So I'm going to before I start reading, let's log into Kali here. Yeah, buttons working as they should. There. I'll start the VPN. I think it was correct. No. I actually backspaced in there because I typed the wrong thing. Didn't get it right anyway. So now we'll see. I'm sure we'll SSH. Yeah, right, so we can SSH it once. We have the IP. So and it's still carrying. Now we're 104.190. Oh. Let's see if I can move my keyboard a bit. So I have a few things on my desk that are in the way here now. There. Password 1 again. So, right, we had to do bash on this one to get the prompt, but we still don't get like the directory. And sometimes it seems to, most of the time we end up in the root on this machine. It's a bit funny one. They also have a funny like shutdown and logout messages. Old style. Right, so what machine is this really? Sorry, I should keep you on the screen if I'm looking. Please can be installed. Yeah. So privilege escalation path. If a folder for which your user has the right permission is located in the path, you could potentially hijack an application to run a script. Path in Linux is an environmental variable that tells the operating system where to search for executables. For a command that is not built into the shell, that is not defined with an absolute path, Linux will start searching in folders defined under path. Path is the environment variable we're talking about here. Path is the location of a file. What? They should just say this is, or they're explaining to no one who didn't know what the path was. I don't think anyone does this without knowing what a path is. Typically, the path will look like this. Path. if we type thm to the command line, these are the locations Linux will look for an executable called thm. The scenario below will give you a better idea of how this can be leveraged. Oh, not allergies at all. Where did that come from? So, better idea on how this can be leveraged to increase our privilege level. As you will see, this depends entirely on the existing configuration of the target system. So be sure you can answer the questions below before trying this. What folders are located under path? Well, we'll have to look at the machine. Does your current user have write privileges for any of these folders? Can you modify path? Is there a script application that you can start that will be affected by this vulnerability? So, I don't think I really have path in my notes. So, let's add it. Let's get started adding it. Oh, sorry, isn't that typical? Just when I get started, I start joining. So, shells, no. Linux. And in the start here, we definitely need this. Maybe we should have just a path one too, right? So let's make a path note. And let's add their questions, because this seemed like a good explanation of what to do. We don't have to, have the specifics, but we could add them too. So, I'm sorry. So let's start with checking the path out here. Oh. Oh, sorry. Oh, it's Monday morning after all. So, apparently, I'm thinking that games. Those are not normal. So, let's check what they want us to do first. For demo purposes, we will use the script below. Okay. The script tries to launch a system binary called tsham, but the example can easily be replicated with a binary. We compile this into an executable and set the suid bit. So they have root on here. This yeah, I mean this script, this is the odd bit. Why calling this a script? Well, I guess they mean like code. Cat it so we can see that it's the same thing, and then they compile it. They chmod plus s it, and they list it so we can see that now it's plus s here. right? So our user now have access to the path script with suid bit set, and it runs a THM. Once a path will once executed, path will look at an executable named THM inside folder inside. My God, listed under path. If a writable folder is listed under path, we could create a binary named THM on the last directory and have our path script run it. As the suid bit is set, this binary will run with root privilege. A simple search for writable folders can be done using the writable command. The output of this command can be cleaned using a simple cut and sort sequence. Yeah. Okay. Why would they want to do that? Cleaned. I think they break the output, to be honest. What use is, you mean? Like what? We need a full path to know a location or something, not just a bit of it. So let's run this on the machine now, to see what the uncleaned outfit looks like. So this is much more useful, right? It's longer. Let's see. I'm curious what their next step is, because here we have lots of different directories, you know? And I'm tired. So let's see what their next step is. So there's lots of tasks, lots of stuff there. So now we're out of the proc one. TMP. And reading this kind of output is good, because the more times you see it, the more you will know what is like normal. So I will just quickly scan through it. There. And I do realize why I usually don't do Monday mornings, this kind of thing. Oh, this is not a complicated room. So even if I'm tired, Monday morning tired. It was an intense day yesterday. And since we were outside, let's rescue this poor spider here that's on my desk. Come on. Yeah, I see you're a quick one. Go into my hand, please. There. Or the paper. Sometimes they prefer paper. So I'll put him outside. now he's outside, and I also took one of these vitamin candies. Actually, my eye started itching like crazy, and I'm trying not to itch. So, where could I have? I think I actually have that allergy medicine downstairs. Yeah. So, I think I'll just try to ignore it. Right, so we did a search for writable folders, and I think this was on the list, right? So here's actually the that's not very nice. So when I make a new line, it changes the numbers. When I delete this, it doesn't change them back. So a P, is that all I copied? I thought I was copying all of that. There. So I thought so. Now this will go. So let's just to path, and then we have this. Can we modify path? We can just read on, because there might be something else between here. Right, the sorting.
Fixerbot says,
YouTube message from ate a big bowl of rice in the afternoon. What are you talking about?
translated from Chinese.
So we actually had use of the TTS here. What am I talking about? I'm talking about this is a learning room on Linux privilege escalation. So we're going through it and making sure that there's nothing new that I don't know. And I add it to my notes, and my notes are public, so if anyone want to read this, it's on my GitHub. And I know the GitHub links pop up now and then in chat, so it's available there in case you're interested. So that's what I'm doing there. So, and also if you're on Twitch, it might be easier, but also this works, right? Let's see here. So we were a bit further down. We did never compile anything, but this is just information, so we'll probably be asked to do something else. I'm just confirming that we have all the things in their notes, and they actually had this cut sort. So let's actually test this too. So if we go here and we pipe this to cut, and we split it, I guess, on slash, and we want the second one, I assume. I don't really remember it, but it looks like that. And then we sort U, and then we only get one of these listings too. And I don't know where they're going, but I'm curious to see where they're going with this, because how would that help? It's almost like a dir listing, you know, somewhere in all of the things there is. Yeah, so now they do 2,3 on the next one, so They're trying to make something usable from this long listing, so we don't have to quickly readable, I should say. Some CTF scenarios can present different folders, but the regular system would output something like what we see above. Comparing this with path will help us find folders we could use. No, not yet. We see a number of folders under USR, thus it would be easier to run our writable folder search once more to cover subfolders. Yeah, but we might not have access to any of these. We might only have it to some subfolders of these, right? So an alternative command could be get reproc to get rid of many resource related to running processes. Okay. So let's actually try their command here. I'm a bit skeptic, as you can hear, to this. I mean, we can just have the full list easily, and then we see what we actually have access to, instead of like some kind of weird part of it. So, writable cut D, and here is the difference. Here we have the third one too, meaning the second path of path, and then instead of this they first grep it to exclude proc. So what I would have wanted here is quick explanation of the details of the command, and since they don't do that, we might ask ChatGPT to just list them, because I don't remember all the options for cut and grep, and you know, I guess V must be exclude or like do the rest except for this one, right? So don't take the lines where this is in. Right, so let's run the command. Right, you're over there. Let's run it. So now we have more lines. It's much less than these, and also, right, it is kind of useless still. But we see here that TMP was not that long. Meaning it's actually something we have permissions to. We might not have permissions to any of these. So what's their like meaning of doing this? I'm curious. Let's see what their next step is. We have added grep v proc to get rid of the many results related to running processes. Unfortunately, subfolders under USR are not writable. So this was to exclude things. Sure, we can do that this way. We can make sure that we can see easily that we didn't have those paths in here. So the folder that will be easier to write to is probably TMP. At this point, because TMP is not present in paths, so we will need to add it. As we can see below, the export path TMP path command accomplishes this. Right? So I'm assuming we have permissions to do this. So I'm lazy copying stuff here. I was expecting them to have this. Oh no. Tab, paste. And also, let's just skip the numbers. There. So I'm kind of thinking that we might want the original path for our coming questions. So I'm not going to change the path. Now. Oh my. At this point, the path script will also look in the TMP folder for an executable named hijacking. Creating this command is fairly easy by copying bin bash hijacking under the TMP folder. Yup. We have given executable rights to our copy of bin bash. Please note that at this point we will run with our user's right. That makes a privilege escalation possible within the context that is the path script runs with root privileges. So, I'm sorry, I'm very tired now. I should be awake. Should be more awake. So yeah. The question is if we want this cut bit here. But to exclude, right? We can exclude having permissions with this. So let's copy this command too. I don't like it really, but we can exclude 6 with it. Can quickly find. Well, it's starting to get long anyway now. If we don't have permissions with, I was almost adding in a path of the of the file system, but I think that's too much. So we have this example of this command here just to make sure that we don't miss anything for our notes. And I'm also going to actually ChatGPT this. Please list parameters. Explain is probably better. There. So we'll see what V actually is and such. So this is what I use ChatGPT for. So here V, this option inverts a match. Okay, so that's what it does. It inverts it, meaning that it will execute lines in the given pattern. So V is invert. This might be useful, right? Is there anything else that you tell sort of only output unique lines? Yeah. That's what we have. And the cut, I assume that D is the delimiter. And these are the, well, array items. Was there anything up here? No. Though the writable one is good to know. All of these special ones. Find directories that are writable by the user, current user. So these are very good ones. to have, you know. This is the whole thing on this line. So let's check in my find notes too, that I do have writable here. So here we have writable, right? This is the exact line. And there were actually several other ways to type the same there in this recent room that we got this information from. Yeah. So let's go back to that one. I'm so sorry that I'm saying I'm sorry for the allergies. No, I can't affect them, but I could have had even more allergy medicine, I guess. I don't think that's possible though. So let's see what questions we have. So what odd folder do we have write access for? Well, we're carrying, let's say that home, since I noticed four letters there, that this one is, my brain just told me that this one matches the pattern, you know, and it's also interesting. So let's, there. And we have another date to the streak here. What will their hint? Andrew Home. Look, Andrew Home. Not a lot of directories with for the letters, you know. Exploit the path vulnerability to read the content of a flag6.txt file. So first, the flag6 is usually in a directory, or the flags in home on this one. So let's cd home first. Oh, I'm typing on the wrong window. Let's cd home, and we have Ubuntu here too, and Ubuntu is where the keys have been. So so it's not actually here. So test. Okay. Elf. And this is root s. So this file has s and it's root. So I guess that we just look for a path in here. This was so short, so you know it's not really. So I'm reading the wrong bit here. Isn't often that you have this short files, right? Take the opportunity to look at it a bit. You can always make yourself files, of course. There's the thm.py too there. Syntav, Sertav, Nagno Bill, I don't know, Tagno, Hash, Dinsum. What? God takes me. Oh, well, it's interesting to see this. What? Okay, so here it ends. So let's get the other file. So OS system THM exit, and this one did not have S. So let's of course run test and see what happens. Nothing. Is this the test that we had over on the other side? Because I didn't see anything. Let's actually look. We had a... Here is a GCC. Right, it just ran THM. That's what this did. So, do we even have a THM? Is this what we're talking about here? No, it does not have a THM command. So seriously, yesterday when I was chopping, let's see. Right, put them in the fridge. I did buy the... I feel a bit sorry for being so tired, I mean. And also, I want something to eat. I'll be back in 2 seconds. Such a healthy morning. So I did eat breakfast. This is not the first thing I eat. I don't start with Red Bull and chocolates, right? But these are actually from Christmas. I had 2 of these boxes, so this is the second and last one. Am I excused then? So So if we look back here, here we have the path. So I'm actually, what we didn't try is to actually add, right? We didn't try adding to the path. So the rest of the things they suggested we did to test, but we didn't try adding to the path. So let's actually do that too, right? So we would prefer not to see the proc ones, meaning I'm actually going to make my own one of these things that they had here. Here it is. So we do want this bit, but I don't want it to cut things there. So we don't need to sort on Unix since we already have all Unix. So now we don't have the procs. So now this short list will be much shorter. We could also exclude more things. As we learned recently, if we do just this and we pipe in between here, and we could like add, let's do this snap one, right? And we test this. So now we still got them. So maybe we need to do several of the V1 then. Let's see, did we get the proc ones too now? Yeah, we got it. So this didn't work. Oh my goodness. Let's look at the notes and compare. So I think I have them in here actually. Here, so here we use the grep with the E one. So I think we might have to use the E too. So what if we go back here and add that? So click. Will V actually work with this? Now I'm curious. See if we can just make it work without. So we have them all there. So it didn't work. Let's go to ChatGPT actually, because we already have it up and everything. So here, we want to exclude snap 2. Please update the command. And I can't spell. There. Yeah, we're using E and pipe, but I tried, so I didn't do it right. So EV, that's how we do it. So my test wasn't so far from what was right, but very far, because it was not working. So EV instead of EV. There, so now we should have those two excluded, right? We're too far up now. This is the last results. Let's clear and then run it because it was too much. So now we can easily see if this does not include anything else. So we have excluded those two, right? So let's actually read what it said, except for this bit. enable regular expression. That's what the capital E does. And then invert it. So good. Let's not close it. And still crazy warm weather today and this week. It will be warmer tomorrow. And it's horrible now. And that's why I'm so tired. And that's why I got this cold. Ooh, this is cold. Oh, putting cold hands. It's actually just, let's see if I can see the temperature. So it's just 29 Celsius in here now. So I shouldn't complain, but still, I'm complaining. Cold drink. I should have had something else in the fridge too, like cold water. So I learned how to exclude regular expressions. Let's see what I have in grep, because I do guess I have grep, but that would be like in the common commands, and this is not much here, so I remember that. Maybe I should actually make it a grep one here. So what I have in my copy paste, nothing useful. So E reg x ev exclude reg x. Right, so we have a start for something here. I don't know why I even have this one in here. Let's leave it for now. There's some old notes. Very old notes. I could fall asleep more. I really didn't feel like getting up today. If I can say, it was finally not very hot. Finally a night where I had run the AC and it was cold and nice. Because it's been so warm, you know. You just wake up covered in, well, like you're bathing in sweat. Sounds nice, right? So, some learning done. Let's go back here and see what were the questions. Exploit the path vulnerability to read the flag 6.txt. So, I feel I don't really know what I should use, but we're pointed at this directory. We found 2 files there. I don't even know what the flag 6 is. So let's actually find the file, right? So I know I made notes for finding files recently. So I think I added them here too. Yeah, finding files like flags. So let's lazy this and see if we can just find the file. But we might not have access, so I couldn't copy there apparently. Copy. So, oh, right. We should probably add a redirect here. Let's see. I'll lazy copy one from, I'm sure they are in here. So first I'm pasting it to the notes. There. No. What? Why did I fail to copy this? This is annoying. Sorry, I'll switch you here so you can... Oh. Let's copy one of these and paste it here. Apparently I managed to copy itself last time I tried, so now so we don't have access to the directory. Well, it was found here. So what is wrong with ours? Was it considered a fail? An error? Or did something else happen? This is good learning. I'm sorry that it's boring. I would like not to see all the errors, of course, but why did I see it the first time? Oh my god, all the procs. So this is the latest one. Then if we go up here, and the last one, we had this one, but now we didn't get it. And that's why we didn't see it in the filter there for errors. That's odd. That's very odd. So let's, where are we? Yeah, right, we can see the path there. So if we go up one and we look, we have the matte one here too. And apparently we could read this. And here's where the flag is, right? The first time it's not in the Ubuntu directory. And I do feel very slow and tired. And like I'm literally falling asleep. Sorry. I'll try to wake up. Actually, what time is it? Yeah, I'll go check that my 13-year-old is woken up. I don't think he is. Venus, go bed. He answered at once when I spoke to him, but he's still in bed, so we'll see. Well, that just makes me want to sleep even more. Can you see what I did? I didn't switch it to 6. There was no such file. Of course it was not shown. So the one I made in my notes is working good. I just didn't look for the right file. Such a tired error. So how do we read the file? Because it is, let's see, Ubuntu that has the permissions here. I'm typing in the browser. What was in here too? So I'm only supposed to use this path thing. We were going to see if we could add to the path, and I feel so sorry for me being so tired, people. But let's go back to the notes, and let's actually export path, right? And let's type it, so maybe I'll wake up from typing instead of copy pasting. So you're on the same screen as me, that's good. So we're adding TMP to the start, meaning it will start looking there. TMP, colon, and then the old path, so we still have all the other stuff there. And if we now look at the path, and this character is kind of annoying to type in a Swedish keyboard, so we can set the path. So we set it to TMP instead. So we can just make anything in TMP. And I'm assuming the name should be, so let's go to TMP, and so what should we call this thing? We should call it TMP. But what should we make? Should we make an executable? They just used executable to show the vulnerability, right? I'm sorry, this is the worst stream. I really have to go to the bathroom. So sorry. So I was thinking, why don't I stand? So I don't have. It's easier to fall asleep when you're sitting, right? So let's just make sure I don't like pull any cables out here. There somewhere. I'm still as tired, but now we have a more movement chance and stuff. So stuff and things. So maybe I should stay at morning streams. Nothing think related, right? So, for demo purposes, will we use the script below, meaning code below, I guess. This script tries to launch a system by icon tsham. So it's this. We do have the files on the machine here. So if we lsla, no, I'm typing the wrong machine again. lsla home. What was the name? Oh gosh, there's a space. That's why the tab didn't work. There. So we have test and we have pi, and test has the suid set. And the thm pi. Oh, right, there are two with M. T. This is why I prefer. So, test and thm pi. And this just runs thm with no path. But this isn't suid. So is test the same as this? Will test do the same? Let's make sure we have a let's make a script, I guess. And we were SSH, so we could just nano. If we do just os.system in a Python script. And I'm thinking we don't need to call it .py. We can have this in there. So we don't have to try and be nice either. We just nano. Oh my god. My nose is just thm. So this is also a good test. So we don't need sys. And we don't need try, because why be so nice as to do that? And this is not even okay. Just let's leave it like this, and this is thm. We just want to cat the file. Home mat, right? And flag 6.txt there. I'm just thinking, should I add like this too? Because that's kind of looking odd. This is actually what we had the notes up on when I started it. shells for Python. So we had these, maybe this one, right? So this is how these are usually started. So let's use this instead. I'm going to update the notes too. And now we were doing cron tab recently, so I'm like, it runs itself. No, it's not. You have to do stuff now. Okay, apparently my paste didn't work, so I just killed the thing I was supposed to copy. Why didn't the copy work? This is confusing. No. So tiny thing. So let us X this one. Now if we were to run the test there in home Murdoch, so test. So we have an error message. Nice. Something happened that was different from before. So I wasn't sure that this was actually running anything, you know. We can make an executable instead. But this should work, right? But what? So what does the first line there actually do, and why do we get this error message? If we're root, as we should be when we run test, I'm going to actually string set. I'm thinking, should we have another SSH so we can have several tabs? Because I want to cd to the directory. Let's cd to home mer, and now we can list it locally, and then we can like strings the test file. Oh, okay, so it's not even there, but we did cat it before. Oh, I'm too tired for this. Why did I do this today? On Monday mornings I usually do something like stream, setup thingies, whatever thingies. So let's read this again. Let's just do a bash script instead to test it first, right? So if we nano, if someone has help, I'm okay to get help today. I'm so tired, and this is also a learning room, so I never mind help on these. So nano tmp, or I should switch what I'm doing, but I haven't got a clue what to do. So this was what I wanted to do today. Maybe I should have streamed later. Slept another hour first. I was helping my kid last night. He wanted like food and food again, and as he managed to get outside for the second time this year, he was a bit upset about like he's upset about flies and things, and one landed on his finger, so then he couldn't sleep for a bit, and then I think it was to the number 2 too. So, but it's a big wind going outside. It's such a big wind. It's crazy big. Yep. So I'll move the chocolate because I just thought, well, let's take another one. No, I've eaten 2. That's enough. Let's move them out of the way. TNP, THM. So let's make this instead. Bash. So let's do here. Actually, we didn't even look for the path there. Let's actually just do whatever they did, and I don't remember. Let's. I'm so sorry. So let's cat the T whatever was the name, THM. .py. So I'm thinking this is what they want us to use, right? They want us to use this, right? But I don't want the no errors way. So I don't want to do the try cat or try except. And why am I tabbing? This is the only thing that's open. So if we go to this one again, and I paste this here. So we're not interested in much of this. We're just going to delete this line. And they do OS system. Oh, we only have another command. They might be running this, and they're running THM, and this is what it's running. So if this works, there was another import too, right? So
Happy
well.
Video 25 says, hi,
Hello.
smile, smile.
Hi, welcome back. I'm tired, so sorry if I'm slow. So if you have any suggestions today, you're welcome. This is just a learning room too, so I don't mind suggestions. You're welcome to help if you want to. So
What are you doing? XD.
This is a learning room. Well, I'm falling asleep mostly. I was up too long with my kid yesterday, so we're doing
A lot
this.
of text.
We're doing Linux privilege escalation learning room, and we've gone through a lot of them. Today we're looking at the path one, and it is not very, telling us everything what to do, or rather maybe I'm thinking too much and I should just do things. So we can check the path like this. We can check what directories we have permissions on. We can modify path. So then, is there a script application you can start that will affected by this vulnerability? And we have a file called test in a user directory that we found from their first question here, I think. So odd folder, so we have write access to this folder too, right? I didn't think of that we actually have write access there. But this file, in this folder, there's 2 files, and one is owned by root, and it's an elf executable that we don't exactly know what it does, but it looks like this. It's a short thing. I tried to read this, but I'm tired. So we also have the THM py, And we have had the suggestion to change the path, of course. So I added to the path the TMP directory. And this is a good remember everything for me. So we have made a file that's actually a Python script. But the file it's asking for is probably THM only. So I'm checking to see now if so TMP.
Arduku says. Change the screen. D.
Oh right, sorry. I'm a bit tired. Did I mention that? Yeah. So this is the test. Let's test the test now. Nothing happened this time. We definitely didn't get anything from there. But I just realized that I have write in this directory too. But let's see, we can read and execute the test. We can read the THMPy. We can't write any of them.
Happy Video 25 says. It looks interesting.
Yeah, so this is a bit the most interesting so far in this room, because some of them were just like very long listings of things to like, oh, I should probably make a note of this, but it's not like a new or interesting thing. This is actually something that
How many programming languages do you know?
I don't know is the answer. And also, if you mean remembering all the syntax, then I don't know any. Because when you switch them, like I have to look up the syntax. Right, it was like this, you know.
XD. Translated from Spanish.
So too many or nothing, depending on how you see it. So what could they intend us to do? And is this the code for the test program? Is this what it runs? Right.
Arduku says.
I just realized.
That is for set UID.
Yes, I realized. Would we have to run it with some options or something? This is very odd. Is this what they want us to do? Should we make this file? We're not running THM,
You
of
need
course.
to compile it.
Yeah, but I was trying to make a Python file. Since I have... My guess is that it runs the THM, right? And that's actually confirmed. Because I got an error message when my last test. Let's none of this again. And what I did recently was to instead here.
One hidden word says, I want to learn.
That's the magic word. You got it. Let's learn stuff. That's the thing. The most fun thing in the world is to learn things. I want to learn too, but I might have done something stupid. So let's. When I was thinking like, the first line here is from their script. So what I wanted to test was to see
says,
what do I have in my notes.
You need to put the hash at the start of the file.
So what I usually, that's what I tried, you know, I did this. And now I went back to test theirs instead, since we didn't get what I wanted from. So I added this instead. So let's maybe just, and we didn't get any output from this, right? And we don't have any. So what do you think? Should I just put the hash there, or should I do the user bin env thing? Python 3, because the usual one is, and we got a permission error when we did this. Then I got an error from it. Right, so if we save this, and I kind of feel that's, why don't I just type test? That's kind of like, oh right, let's do test. Then we get permission denied. Okay, so something happened here. So if we change that script again and go back to what we had here, and I actually run it the correct way.
I think it is #! Python. Do not forget the mark.
Oh, I forgot that. So let's nano it again. Let's just run it. So now we get permission denied. I forgot the exclamation mark. Yeah, and we don't really know
One
the
hidden
path.
word says Mentor Arduku.
Yeah. We have lots of people helping here, and Arduku is definitely one of them. So great. Let's try. This is their path in their example file, right? But I'm curious about the env space Python 3 that actually works in my. I have used these, you know. I have used this as a rev shell, and it worked. So I haven't really looked into the end of it. We can ask ChatGPT later to explain the things. So let's just see. We just want the darn flag to be typed. We don't want anything marvelous like it would be easier to get root than type a file. So let's run it again. We still have permission denied, and I don't really know what happens here. So if we list this directory again, we do have write permission in this directory too, right? And we can add this to path if we want to. So maybe that's the only thing we need to do, not to look into more things, whatever they say. We could just...
Arduku says, as a quick / short explanation, that line is for when you chmod plus X so Linux knows what program to use.
Okay. So that's why we do the env thing. I'm waiting so you can... Oh, by the way, people on YouTube, if you type things in chat,
To run the
there will be
scripts,
like
if they are
10
not
extra
binaries
seconds
/
from Twitch.
executable.
To run the scripts if they are not binary executables. Right. Do you know what I forgot? I forgot to make my file executable. That might be the problem. You know, you can do stupid stuff. So let's chmod the file we just created plus X, and it's called tmp thm. There, right? So let's see now, because it says permission denied, and that's probably permission to run thm, right? I don't know. It says also sh1, but that might be just like funny. So, right, we got it. So the problem, it worked all along probably, but I forgot to plus X the file. That's tired morning stuff, right? So let's experiment with this. We're not done. We need to experiment more. But let's first just copy this into there. So copy this one into the... Then I'm going to try the different versions of making it understand that this Python file that's called thm, not .py or anything, that is actually a Python file. There. So
these sort of things happen. You forget sometimes these little things.
Yeah, but I did forget it the same thing last time, so it should have been on top of my mind. If I had been awake, I would have been thinking about it. Let's see, my notes. Did I make notes on that? I hope I did, because what you don't make notes on, you forget. So let's go quickly back to the notes first. Right, so in these scripts here, there are very obvious notes there. Don't forget to make sure the script is executable. And I just looked at, I have the same for Python here, and I just took this bit, and I didn't look at this, that I typed like Friday, right? No. Could I make this like red? That's the only bad part with Obsidian, really, that you can't use colors on text. I would like to make it like red, right? We could make it cursive, we could make it stuff, but we can't. Ah, right. Can you HTML make things? I think HTML tags work. We might be able to fix it, but not right now. Now let's go back and after me pointing out how stupid I was, let's look at it again. So let's nano the file here, and let's see how much mess we can make with this, and this still works, right? So what if we remove this? See what happens now. If we run test now, we get import not found, syntax error, word unexpected. So we're getting error messages. 3, 4, right? So it failed with this. So the next thing is actually so let's ask ChatGPT to explain this bit, right? We had it up for explaining the for getting the EV here, right? Because I tried E and V separately and that didn't work. So please explain including significance of, and I'm spelling stuff odd probably because I'm just of did. So I think I will actually just TTS this bit because it kind of typed a bit and it's morning. So this looks good, or maybe I'll just read it. Sure, let's break it down and explain its significance, including the did it. So shebang. So both of these characters are included in what it says here. Meaning it's not explicit. Let's see. The line starts with which is commonly referred to shebang or hashbang. This special sequence of characters at the beginning of a script indicates that the script should be executed by the specified interpreter. The shebang is followed by the path to the interpreter that should execute the script. Yeah. So it's not actually this as has any specific meaning, but we have the same here. I just haven't really thought about the significance of this. So if it were only this, oh my. So it's if you're not really thinking about it or just typing it, I still want to know more, but maybe it just doesn't have a meaning specifically. Anyway, let's continue, see what it says more. The shebang is followed by the path to the interpreter that should execute the script. Yeah, and that's why I don't know why it says the env thingy. Env is a command on Unix-like system that locates and runs the specified command using the environment's path variable. Okay, so we're making sure to use the current path variable. By using USRB and env, you ensure that the interpreter 3 in this case is located in the user's path. This makes the script more portable across different systems, where the Python 3 interpreter might be installed in different locations. Okay, so this is a way to avoid using the path. So then I know more about what it means. This specifies the script should be executed using Python 3 interpreter. Yeah, so full explanation. Putting it all together, the line at the beginning of a Python script serves for the following purposes. Signifies the script interpreter. The shebang indicates a file is a script that should be executed by an interpreter. Dynamically locates the Python 3 interpreter according to the user's path. Enhancing portability across different environments. And that's why we use it in my, right here, shells. We want it to find wherever this is that we don't know yet, right? Ensures that it's running Python 3. And there, so it might be used. When you make the script executable and run it, the operating system uses a shebang to determine that it should invoke Python 3. This method is preferred over hard-coding the path to the Python interpreter. For example, USR bin Python 3, like they did, as it makes the script more flexible and able to adapt to different environments, where the interpreter might be located in a different directory. Yeah, and also theirs should probably have the right path. So I'm thinking that, yeah. That was what I was switching between, using mine and using their path, right? Let's look at their file again.
If you make a shell/bash script, and make it executable, you use #bin/bash or sh.
Yeah, exactly. So I have bash in my notes there too. We just hop between them here. So right. Let's actually add the exclamation mark here, right? So these were my older notes, and these were the most recent, just to underline the shemarding. And then I forgot it today. Let's actually add something about this. So, no, this is the right one. So, I'm going to edit this. Instead of hard coding the path, use and also this is better. As it makes the script more flexible and able to adapt to different environments, the interpreter might be located in a different directory. There. So, notes updated. And if I actually read them, then the question might be if we were to run the same for bash, but bash is like the base, so it should work always, right? Is bash always in the same place? Will we need ever the path to find it. But this is a thought that we can use for several things. So let's tab back to this. And I think if anyone has any other thoughts or things we should test with this, their output here at the end was these were examples. See path, the point, path script. Yeah, we were probably supposed to make a route from this, right? We have given executable rights to our copy of bin bash. Is this? So at this point, the script will also look on the TMP. Creating this command is fairly easy. Yeah, so we have been doing root at all of these places. Maybe they intended us to do root here too. So I could just change this script. Instead of cutting, we could use this, right? So this is just test file. Now let's remove the number to make sure it's run, because I was running the scheduling on this. So that's why we have that bit. So if we just copy this one and so let's go to Nano again, and I'm just holding delete for a bit here because it was a tiny text, and we just excellent, and then we run test again. Connection refused. Oh right. okay. What we should have done, let's add this. Let's continue. I'm sure that I might have we should have like Python the same file, but instead for privilege escalation, right? We should have a Python that's very similar to this, but where we have like, when we have an SSH, we don't want to lose that. Why do like a rev shell when we already have SSH, right? Let's just set the permissions instead and copy bash. Let's see if I have that somewhere. I should probably have it, or we'll just make one. If I can edit a Py script, Python, and we're hopping to shell, we could use it here, but this is kind of like not all the things. I just want to see if I already have it, because I have other times done things and then realized I already had them. So, but I don't think I might, but I'm sure I have it like in the notes somewhere. Well, is it just in my brain then? Or like somewhere here. So because this is an obvious thing that I have used, so why don't I have notes on it if I don't? Let's make a Python here too, and we'll get rid of this thing. So here, Python will mean something else, and I'm so sure I have this. Is this just in box notes maybe? I'm thinking, what should I search in the notes for to find it? What do I have in my copy paste? This.
F3RN0S second says you can use Ctrl+O in Obsidian to fuzzy find files, rather than scrolling through lists.
Okay. Let's see, Ctrl+0. Is that the find? Normal find? What happened now? No. All right. I can't use that. I have other keys. Swedish keyboard. Stuff hops around.
Oh, not zero tongue.
Oh, here it is. So I think I pressed Ctrl+0. Oh, right, sorry. Do you want to play with a robot? There's a redeem. Did you do that? So, and welcome in. Fernosec. Welcome in. So we don't have any Bluetooth communication here with the robot. I don't know. Yeah, oh, it tries to open the claw of the robot with oh, it's a command, that's why. Yeah. And you saw what I was trying to do. I did. Yeah. I got it, but let's see the thing I was doing. I usually press the search up here. So what I was thinking of searching for was like Schmod, but I might not even have that, and they couldn't find it anyway. Oh, that's really fun. I am not sure I really like this search, because it's saying knitting machine motor, and I'm sure I didn't Schmod in there.
Yeah, the search only searches file names rather than contents.
Oh, no, I don't want the names. I have to search in the files. Okay, so I'm looking in for a note that say like Schmod, but it might be +X, but it might be something else. I might just have it here. Yeah, so we found one, but this is not a note for this, right? This is just me using it. Basic stuff. Let's see if we can find any notes for it. This is very recent too. Don't forget to make your... This is the one we were just checking out. I might have had things like this. Yeah, so I have it here too. So for Bash it was here, but maybe I don't have notes for it in Python. We could also like open it in a new one. So Python, yeah, so we have the +X in there, and then we have and I have it in my history. Okay, so I don't think it's in there, so I think we need to make a note like this note. So this is just scrolled differently. It's the same one. Let's make a Python one here too. If I didn't make one, I did. So if we paste this, so we're just doing a test. It's always I keep adding numbers. So making a test file just to make sure that we have this bit finished. The script is run, even if we fail with the copy, and stuff. We want to see that we can create a file in temp. This should work if this first worked, right? Yeah, maybe Bash is not where it's supposed to be. And then I called it Sophia just to not be like obvious if it's a shared box or something, which it would be with the S, right? And also this is XS. Yeah. I think S is enough. No? You need both? This is with the capital and the well, caps, non-caps, S's, right? So maybe we should just explore this. this box will expire in like 2 seconds. Not that it matters. So let me practice the simple way to how the files look when you chmod them. Because I've seen it, but I haven't really played around with it. So let's just well, test file apparently. Let's do test file, and let's see the test file. Here it has just basic read write permissions, and then if we chmod plus s on test file, and we look again. Now we have capital S's. So that means it's not executable, right? So now if we chmod plus exit, so this now we have tiny s's, and this is what we want it to look like if we want to execute it, right? So it gets a cute brownish color, gray color. So if we were to say test file, it's didn't have the I would like to add dot to my path, but that wouldn't work for other places, right? So that so if we were to I'm too lazy, you know. Let's actually make the file do something. Right, so we can see here at once the different that when it is when we don't get an error message when we run it when it's executable, but we get an permission denied when we try to run it when it's not executable, and it still has the s now, so we need to add x and s. In case it wouldn't do capital S, but that would be like backwards, so XS is the thing to do. Yeah. So tested and checked that XS is the thing to do. So this gives us a copy. Let's actually see. Is the box dead? We have 2 minutes. Let's actually get root on this way too on it, right? Oh, I tabbed on the wrong one again. So if we edit this again now, and let's open the notes on another one. So I'm going to copy because, or should I type it just because? We can type it. We can type it. So so here I'm piping it into bash too, because OS system can't handle the redirections. That's why. But these are simple commands. So we cp bin bash. If I spell bin bash right, that's good. To tmp Sophia, which is my name, and then we do os.system, and we do chmod plus xs tmp Sophia there. So the test file will already exist, so let's make it 2, though we'll also, I'm sure it will work all the way. So let's save this. And did we make it executable again? I'm just going up here. Do we have a chmod here? Plus. So the last one I think we ran was chmod plus. So there. So let's cd to tmp actually, and I can't spell tmp. And let's see. Let's run the Sophia there. There. And we're still this because we didn't do the p. So we can exit and we can do Sophia p. And if we look now, we're also root some both. This is funny. Could people explain this to me, right? So I'm still Karen, but I'm also root. Did I do something wrong? Or is it the way that the executable makes it less? Sophia is root? Yeah. Oh, well, let's where was it? cd home mat. So this was what we were intended to do. We were intended to go in there, not just read the flag. So now we did both ways, not just like cheated it by just reading the file, because we were supposed to actually get root. But since I had already checked that box here from actually not wanting to lose a streak, so I didn't read that one. We can add the writable directory to your user's path and create a file called tshm that the .test executable will read. Yeah, and the tshm file can simply be cat command. Yeah, that's what we did first time, and then we got root 2. Yeah, so they were not actually meaning us to do. Here it was obvious, we just could read it. But we got root in all the others, and this is privilege escalation, not read the file practice. So we did it at least. Make sure that we have new notes on it too. So let's add the also check out Python shells. And there we will have the comment, so we don't have to copy and copy and copy things.
UID is the UID of the user that you changed to by using the suid bit.
Yeah. So let's go back here. So we have EUID, EGID groups.
Without p on bash, the UID is forcibly reset to the user's real UID.
Yeah. So it's just like extra UID. So yeah, I know that I'm just thinking why it's showing these too, because I think that sometimes it's not. I'm not sure. Maybe I usually do who am I when I've done these, and then you get the root. So then you don't see that you still Karen actually, right? That might be it. Anyway, I think there will be a new one.
UID is usually equal to UID, so I think it just doesn't bother showing it. But if you use a suid binary, they are different.
Yeah. Right, exactly. Thank you. I'm thinking, should I make some kind of note on that? Because I'm thinking now, since my notes are public, someone else might have use of it. But I'm just thinking that I know that, you know, we have like double and that they're not reset. That's why we use a P. That's, it's not new, it's like repetition confirming that I, you know, but that I knew it. But I thought that I had seen it without seeing the Karen ones. But maybe I've just been doing who am I, and then you see only root. So I've kind of been thinking, like, if you're supposed to practice being stealthy, if you're doing like red team stuff or something, or just pen testing and trying not to be stealthy, then maybe you shouldn't use who am I. Maybe you use ID instead. So I'm trying to use ID more, because that's more, you don't who am I. I mean, you might be like, oh, what groups do I have? Let's do ID. But you're not, who am I logged in as? I don't know. You don't do that, you know, as a user or as an admin. You know who you are, right? So I'm thinking that ID is a more natural thing to actually use. So it's not as odd to do it. Because
No one logs
really...
Linux hosts, crying face.
Oh, maybe, but I think so anyway. Yeah, I'm trying to think, you know, ahead. What could be good to do and bad to do.
Now,
I guess
running whoami /all on a Windows host.
Yeah, so my brain is not exactly showing what is that the permission things too, right? I think I have like a few saved windows somewhere. I have like, if you want to test something on Windows, you can do it on this one of the boxes.
Whoami gets flagged by some EDRs.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking about. That it might. And then who am I all, or I'm going to check my kid. Yes, Linus. Vill du någonting? Nej, god morgon bara. Du vet inte vad jag jobbar på morgonen. Du måste stänga dörren. Och så är det skola sen. So he's a bit shy of his stream, so I'm going to close the door. But I think actually I woke up much more from not sitting down but standing up. That's great. So I'll just move two of the paper bags here around, please. Where I used to have the AC. So now it's closed. So he's actually going to school in a bit. So that's why I have like in 1 hour more or something. Maybe a bit more depending on what we... Maybe I'll make food for him at 12 and then I'll go back to streaming a bit. So I like this. We have this new bit here. I should probably like add the same for simple bash 1 too, but not now. We don't have to do this now. The things that you use but you don't have in your notes, you should add to your notes. So I used this one to keep the streak. So I'll have to remember to read it too. So, NFS. And you're welcome to just give me any random facts, you know, to learn things. Learning is the reason. We need to terminate the old machine. It starts a new one in forever when it's actually... Yeah. And I think it's so cute. That's popping up. Give me nostalgic feelings. So we're going to SSH again, but we don't even have the IP, so let's start reading. Privilege escalation vectors are not confined to internal access. Shared folders and remote management interfaces such as SSH and Telnet can also help you gain root access on the system. Some cases will also require using both vectors, e.g. finding a root SSH private key on the target system and connecting via SSH with root privileges instead of trying to increase your current user's privilege level. Well, instead of, it's just one way, right? Another vector that is more relevant to CTFs and exams is a misconfigured network shell. This vector can sometimes be seen during penetration testing engagement when a network backup system is present. NFS, network file sharing, configuration is kept in etc exports file. The file is created during the NFS server installation and can usually be read by users. And I didn't know about the file. This is great. Let's, yeah, I think I might even have it in my notes, but I didn't remember it. Yes, love? I'm just going to my kid. Jag kommer du med. Jag följer med din och kollar temperatur bara. För jag tänkte duscha förut. Och då blir det lite kallt. Lagom till man bara kom så gå ut med mig. Jag visste så att du vet vad jag gör. Oh, he's growing up. He was like this tired. He said, "Mom, I'm going to shower." So he just wanted to tell me he was showering. That's great. You want your 13-year-olds to take showers by themselves. That's nice. Ah, yeah. So let's see now. Right, this file. I'm thinking, let's look in notes for etc export and see if I have anything. Because if I have it, so that was learned. I learned a new thing. Okay, so this is just automatic. This is how many runs though. Times I've run Lin and Amarylline piece. Like one of each. Oh. Yeah, so here we have notes. On Linux exploration. Mount NFS. Yeah, new root squash thingy. Okay. So I do have notes and we found them. Let's go back here and see. Do we have? I have NFS only 2, and this is just basic stuff, and this is to exploit something. If they are not removing the permissions, right? Because we can pretend to be root with this. Yeah. Yeah, so if we connect to a dir as root, that's the only thing there, right? Whatever. Let's check the things we have now, and let's make sure we have all the notes we want here when we do this. The file was mentioned here. It's here to find the configuration, but I don't have anything about this in my start here. Let's close these. So we should probably have this as a thing that we regularly check, though I guess that actually it's more like a, oh, we had NFS on this box when we nmap it, right? So it might even be on the network exploration level here that I would look for this. I don't have anything here for this, right? So this is more of a network exploration thing than a Linux exploration thing. Let's make a link here to the other one and edit the other one because we don't want several. So if we have NFS, we want to check the NFS of Linux instead. No. Whatever. If we escape that and do NFS now. We got it there. I didn't even type. Yeah, it was a Kenobi one that it was from. The other notes, I think. I think so. We'll see. Why is it red? I'm curious. Why are you red? Whatever. So let's actually click it. So if we're exploring the network, we find an NFS, we hop here. Here we want a link to the other one, so we don't miss that we actually have one called, it was like mount, right? So we have this note too, and then we want some general information. So configuration file, etc, and my brain just empty exports. Oh, when it's 11 I pop up a window. So 2 answers today, but it says 20 hours here. That's nice, right? It pops up to remind me to study at 11 and 19. Meaning it's 11 and I have to hurry up. So exports, I was right. Wasn't sure enough about it. So I'm actually thinking this is connected to this. So let them be close to each other, right? All right. Of course, we need to actually have the what it stands for, because I don't really think it into something else. But let's have it there. It's starting to get warm in here. I'm just checking. So it's just 28.6, but it's still, I feel. Let's have this cooled. I hope it's still cold. Much colder than in here, but it's too warm. I could get new cold water though, I guess. I should put ice in the freezer, so you can just put some ice in the water. Cool down the whole room a tiny bit. Sorry for just randomly babbling. So it's created by the NFS server installation and can be usually read by users. Let's connect to the box so that we can play around with stuff, right? So new IP is 103, 212. I would like that fan. Actually, I will switch mics. Tell me if the audio is worse, and I'm turning my fan on. So apparently this tiny mic that's in this is much better at filtering out noise. So if I switch back now, it's like this. Well, like this. Well, I failed to turn that mic off, so we had to just double all the time, whatever. So this is so... I mean, your brain really slowed down in the heat. It's crazy. Some fresh wind on me will make this easier. Just reading stuff. Yeah, so I was actually going to enter a password, and I was like, password 1. I've just typed this password a million times. And you're on the screen. So let's actually just cat the file. So cat and etc x ports. Right, so this is a thing we could do regularly. When we get to a machine, you could always cat this, because if it doesn't exist, then you don't have NFS, right? Because it's installed with the server installation. So, but also you don't have to do it if you don't have NFS available. I'm a tiny bit split on this. Let's add it to the list, because why not? You know? Why not? So, not shells, but start here Linux. So, before we start messing with processes, we'll just have it later. That's more like a general one. So, I think you have like configuration files somewhere else. Yeah, config files. So let's actually put this as a separate. So let's first undo what I did on here. There, and then we go and make this a separate one. Because what config files? This is not specific enough. So there might be other config files. Check is a very, very unspecific word. So let's actually cat etc export, and this is NFS config file, and we can add others here later. But now we have one in the list for check config files, right? Interesting files. That's also that's like LSLA for files in home before, and then interesting files. I guess this line is like totally. That's like the header, right? So there, that's the whole thing. The whole thing. So my feet are starting to hurt a bit. Maybe I should get shoes because I put them on last time and my heels I won't even hurt anymore. I haven't been standing for that long, right? Like an hour. I'll try to move a bit, but 1 foot at a time. We can do this. So in later, I haven't put them back on my schedule, but I will do an IRL stream at 14 my time. Let's not put it now because we have a time limit. So let's see if we can finish this one. So we see this file here, and we see this on the machine. Here we do the cat. Then we have home backup. And I think that in my notes, if we go back there, and let's see here, TMP, no road squash. Am I explicit about this? I don't think so. Is it explicit enough? Let's just put it underneath there. It says no road squash. I'm assuming that's the kind of thing, right? Do we have anything here? If road squashing is off. Right, so these are, I have the instructions for how to use the vulnerability before I do how to find it. Or these are more detailed instructions. Okay. Well, let me just be quick bathroom break. I'll put this on the table. Oh, I'm sorry, that must be so noisy. Next time you should mute it, right? Should mute it instead. I'll have to hear what the sounds like, but I can see it going to the max, the noise level. So, this is good to remember. It wasn't too long since I added these notes, but it's very good to repeat with not too long a time since you made the notes. Right. Yeah. Try hack me. So, yeah, I think it's time to send a message to my oldest scholar because he just fell asleep. So I'm sorry, but I'll do that quickly first. Here. I'm just typing in Swedish. I can't speak English at the same time. Sorry. Because then I'll start typing in English. Since he fell asleep like 2 hours ago, so I had to tell her that she can call and try and see if he wakes up and answers. But he didn't sleep well tonight. We went outside yesterday. That's a big thing for him. So but he was worried for flies and stuff. Trying to phrase it in a way that she'll understand us good, best possible way. So I'll just read it and then I'll continue. So let's make a new area there. So a mosquito actually landed on my kid's hand, on his finger. He was very explicit where it landed. And he's very worried about insects, so he had a hard time sleeping. And it landed inside, not outside, so. There,
Cat
done.
says.
Aubrey knee?
Hi,
Translated from
Cat.
Swedish.
Welcome back. Long time since I saw you. There, so.
Well done, bottlol. Oh hi.
Oh. Well, let's see. What did the bot try to translate it? Yeah, kinda. It changed the capitalization a tiny bit there, right? Yeah, so let's continue what we were doing.
He said it so seductively. Oh hi.
Hi. I don't have much time, so I'll try to be efficient and continue with this. Unfortunately, I had to send a
Dick.
message there.
Translated from Dutch.
So in about half an hour, well, a bit more, I'll have to make a lunch for my
Fail
youngest before we
fish.
go to ski. Sailfish. Okay. So right. Oh, the TTS kind of the lol kind of apparently means what it says there. So not much we can do about it. Well, we can set it up in translator modes. I think Security Live we're going to add that, and then we can see if we want to add it. Or we think that's like a feature, not a bug. Yeah. Right, but this is a family-friendly channel, so we don't really want any words that are not family-friendly. And maybe that's not
I
what
was
we were.
hoping the bot would translate it to lol.
Okay, sure, but then let's try to keep it family-friendly. So I'll focus here now. What we can see in their example here, we have this no root squash. And on the actual box here, we can also see we have Nora Squash, Nora Squash, Nora Squash, and it's home backup, TMP, home Ubuntu shared folder. And I guess, well, it's not the same directories here. It's others. The critical element for this privilege escalation vector is the no root squash option you can see above. By default, NFS will change the root user to NFS nobody and strip any file from operating with root privileges. If the no root squash option is present on the writable share, we can create an executable with suid bit set and run it on the target system. We will start by enumerating multiple shares from our attack machine. Well, I guess this is not really the point. The point is that we can then use root from our root on our machine is root on that directory in their machine. And that's kind of the thing. Why mess it up with this? By default. So I'm thinking this sentence here. We're going to include this in our notes to make it more explicit here, because I was lacking and change it. And first will by default change the root user to NFS nobody and strip there. So this is a good default to have, and why anywhere the word changes that will be not. I'm thinking like before NFS sort of this thing, right? I'm curious when it was added. So let's start by enumerating multiple shares from our attacking machine. So we have the IP. Let's first start with an M actually, because we want to see what it looks like to have NFS there, right? So we have a normal one here too. So let's just clear this, and let's actually nmap 103 dot 212. Oh, I should remember that. So now I did all parts just to do it. It's kind of quick though. I don't think we would have needed to. Trying to take the opportunity to move a bit here. Let's also open a new tab and at the same time check out the show mount E, and then we have 10, 10, 103, 12 there. So we have the directories, and we could see all of these, you know, in this. So we're just imagining we don't happen to have SSH on this, right? We have home backup, TMP, and home Ubuntu shared folder. And home Ubuntu shared folder, TMP, home backup. It's just upside down. And now we have the reply here. We know we're SSHing currently. So here we have NFS. And there are our stuff there. And this also uses a split screen thingy. So those might be for that. There, so we did this as we wanted. We also checked the nmap, and it says there NFS. So after this, we will mount one of those root squash. By the way, let's make sure we have show mount here too in the notes. I'm kind of assuming. Let's put this. This might be in the normal NFS, right? Oh, okay, so I'm actually using the nmap show mount, but we can also use, so let's do enum by nmap, which I guess uses this, right? I show mount. And we're going to put the example, the one output we got here. So our example is this. And let's sh this so we get a tiny bit of color in there. There, so now we have this in our notes. And then we're making a directory and mounting it as root. Look at the cute skull there. I guess they think it's cool. So to our attacking machine start building our executable. This is a goal, of course, to get root again on the machine. That's the way now. So we're no longer in the territory of randomly nodes for NFS. We're in in this, and I'm kind of sure. So we're becoming a root. We're making a directory here, making a directory. We're mounting it, mount ORW, one of the directories. Oh, read write. Oh, here's also a version. So it's a bit more complicated than this one. So we'll keep the other one, of course. As we can set suid bits, a simple executable that will run bin bash on the target system will do the job. So I'm always a bit curious about these now because we just did the same thing, only our executable was a script. So why mess about with compiling? If not for practicing compiling, I guess. But we also want to explore more. Let's make both, right? So let's do both. Also, do we have this code? Because I didn't actually add it to my notes last time. So I added Python here. Let's say we wanted to make executable. We could let's just do ELF, right? Is that to uh, executable ELF, right? Because it is obvious, isn't it, that and this is an image which is kind of annoying. So I'll just move this and type the thing. I guess I could do it without looking. It's not like it's complicated. Oh, I don't like their way to put this parentheses. So set to JIT. So don't we have any clues for this? No. This is base stuff. Set. I'm sure I have one of this that's actually doing these better in one line. So where do I have that? Where in my notes? Well, let's print. Let's finish it. System return 0. Okay. Okay. Then we do like then dash. So I have just typed this into here. That's all. Now we can copy the text too, so we don't have to type it again on the machine. There. Actually, the wind is starting to feel too much. So let's. We have already, I think. Oh my god. I might. If you do KA instead of LS, then your fingers are in other place on the keyboard. LS, LA, and it's link prib. Yeah, I should have just tried. So this is from one of the others, or two of the others. Um, so no, run bash dot c. Well, let's make it easy, right? To remember what on earth it is. And let me just paste the thing. And let me sx out. Once we compile the code, let's compile it then. GCC. Run bash c. O output file run bash. So W. I'm kind of curious. Did I have that from my last one? And let's delay so we can see the file. We have an executable run bash there. So let's chmod the file to be s. That's the whole purpose here. Because it's already x, so we just need to add s. And it's still called run bash. There. And then let's LSA again, and we can see now it is s. And it's tiny s's, meaning that it's sx. It's not just s. It's sx, as it should. So you will see that both files, NFSC and NFS, are present on the target system. We have worked on the mounted shares, so there's no need to transfer them. Okay, but that's too bad. If we don't use our own files we made. My god, that's boring. So let's not ignore their files and use ours, of course. So here's how you do this. Let's not practice it, but use our finished files so you don't learn. Right? Whatever. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for thinking that is. Notice the NFS executable has a suid bit set on the target system around with. How many multiple areas can I identify? 3. How many shares on the neural squashed? 3. And that's when I checked to get the days, not time out there. What is the content flag? So let's now get root on this way, and instead of looking at their notes here, we'll do our own. We use our nodes to make sure that they work. That's what we do. So here is executable. We'll start bash. For use with, for example, this. There. And we can link this back. I think we might actually have a code in there already. Making this like version 2. Let's see. No, it's not. Right, also, on this machine, let's also make a Python file that kind of does the same, right? So let's make a runbash.py. Let's nano runbash.py and explore our different options. And I'll just check time. 20 minutes until making lunch, okay? And then I'll just go make lunch quickly and I'll be back for a bit more. So I'm clicking new on the wrong screen here. So yeah, so to look here, what we did right now is just run bin bash. So let's see, can we do the same thing? Can we do this with a Python? Or should we just do this instead, right? Because it's one step more. If we just run bin bash, run bash, this is a good test, right? Let's make it copy these, but let's add something. Let's add running bash. So we have a backup if it would fail. So I'm copying this, we're pasting it here. And we're adding another line. So the last thing it does, so it doesn't get like locked up there, it's running bin bash. So it should create a file that we know that this is running. Copy, make a copy of bash in TMP. Schmeld this file, and then this is not actually starting anything, you know, it's just making the files, and then run this bin bash. So we could have just done this first, and if it didn't work, we could try this. But let's put it all in one file, since this is a test anyway. Right, what we need here that we don't have is the actual. I forgot it here too. So let's check out Python, and we need to add this line. I don't know why I didn't add it, but let's fix that. So notes are not always perfect. So this needs to be here, of course. So and this one needs also to be made executable and suid. Let's just first paste the line and save this file. And now we can compare how these are. So now and this one needs to be XS. And it didn't have anything before, but now it does. So I didn't ls before. But we have two with a suid and a bit set here. So run bash and run bash py, and we can compare how these were to work. We would actually now then of course need to create a directory as a root and mount it there. So will we remember the file names? Because it's just a mount, we can still look at it, but we could also do it here. Let's do it here. This is just an nmap we did of this. So let's go back here and see. Rather, we're not supposed to. We're supposed to use the notes. So these are the instructions on how to exploit no road squash in my. Maybe I shouldn't have mount here. I don't know why mount is here actually at all. So let's just delete mount. This is NFS road squash. So kind of easier, right? And it's sorted right. When I'm looking for it, I will be looking for NFS, right? Not for mount. So now we're going to do these instructions here. We're going to suit a root. We're going to make a directory and mount their share there. Then we will put our exploit that this one makes it one with MSF Venom. So here let's link or use, and then we link to our executable elf here. Let's also put the in the executable elf thing. You can just click here to go there. I'm stupid. Of course, we want to add the permissions here. So I'm lazily copying from Kali the commands that I did right, so I don't have to write it again. There, and then we have. So should I have explanations for these? That's a big question. There. So I think it is obvious. Compile. Set executable and well, let's just suid, though it says both. Let's do slash. There. So these you can look up in other parts of my notes, right? Like suid SGI here. In case you didn't know what they were. Also, I know there's one where these are just using one line, and there's 3 zeros on it. Well, let's continue. So now we have made our instructions better. So the verb 3 was not in there. We're going to use version 3. It's an earlier version, so we can decide that, which is kind of nice, right? It might be security might be added
VR
or already be
Mechatronics
added.
says, Hi.
Hi, good morning, good lunch time, I guess. Good day. Hi, VR. I hope you're having an excellent day. And that your experiments go well. So I'm in a tiny bit of a hurry, so I'll get on with this here. So here is the actual output example for the commands that are shortly listed here.
I read about Docker in Copilot.
Okay, nice. I'm going to focus on this because I have like only 10 minutes left until I need to make food. So we should do this now. So the executable files are in this directory. I will actually make a new tab because we will have automatically the directory instead of doing it here. So Let's just sudo there and type our password, which is not at all impossible to remember. We're now root, so I used to do everything as root, but I'm learning to be not lazy. So let's make a directory, and I think we might already have one, but, so we can just cut. No, why did I do that? Let's lsla. No, let's do what it says. Let's make it directly. And this, of course, I've never done this before. That's why it's popping up. Then we do mount. Should I be lazy and just forward? I will, right? And then we have. Did we change IPs or no? We have the same. So 103, 212. Though I don't know if it's TMP. Since I don't, I definitely quick mega thing, don't remember how to do this. Show mount. We'll do it in this place too. So show mount E
Grizzleby
10,
says,
10,
Grizzle118 heart.
103, 212. Hello, Gristleby, welcome in. That's a cool heart. I like your heart. There, so here we have the TMP is one of the folders. Well, TMP is always nice, right? So let's do TMP. And to TMP. That's the same thing. So as this example. Okay. So now we can just copy our files here that we created. TMP NFS, right? So let's CP first. Let's actually check the nodes because I could have flushed stuff out and thought that it was implicit and simple and we didn't need to do it. So let's make sure that we have it in the nodes. Okay, so we're doing it straight there. We're modding it there. So these are different. So let's add it in the one that I made for Elf instead, as this is an alternative here. We might do it here. No, it's not the right place. This is the right place. And oh my goodness, caps. And then we just copy and copy the file after mounting as root. Right, so that's good enough. You can even make it a sentence. So now we haven't left anything out to nothing, right? So let's copy, making spaces in the notes, so I'm looking at this. And apparently I'm somewhere else. So copy, I don't think I have to do that right, but run bash to tmp NFS, and then we do run bash.py. So now we have two things to test, both of these, and we're currently SSHing to it here. So let's see the TMP, because we're usually in the root on this one. Let's make sure we're there. And let's also do bash, so we have all the nice subjects here. OSLA here, and we have both of our. Something went wrong. Something went wrong here, because they don't have the suid set. Right, so I need to do this on the other one then. No, yeah, no, let's not exit. Let's just RM. I can't do that. Ubuntu. Let's actually look here. Here. So let's cd tmp NFS, and this is where we're supposed to do it, right? So we might have to, yeah. So let's see if it's modern here. And oh, just delete 3. And now we look here. And now they are. So we need to change the notes. Or if I made notes on this. Did I? For some reason this phone keeps flipping out and saying it can't charge. So I have to disconnect it like after a few days and connect it again when it does that. So now let's continue. Now I can switch screens again. I think there. So 2 minutes. I'll be back. I'll just be gone for like 5 minutes or something, making food. I'm efficient, I hope. So then set the suid. Is this too much in one sentence? Yes. Do I care right now? I don't know. But move to if exploiting NFS root squash set suid after moving the file, because otherwise you'll have to do it twice like I did. Right? And so now the files are there, they have this, and if we now ls over here, we can see the S's. They are not up here. We have normal execute permissions, and here we have the suid ones. So if we now do run bash, right? Run bash, and of course in the current directory. Yeah, so we would need to do the compilation in another way, because things that are required are not actually here, which is funny, right? So let's now do the .py one and see, will we get a shell
Cheetah
once?
Bento says. Need static bin.
Yeah, exactly. So we'll have to recompile it. But since I tried a Python one too, first of all, let's do LSLA now. We have Sophia, which is a copy of Bash. So I made two things to try. So we'll have to look at the other one too. But I'll have to go make lunch first. But we could just like Sophia, um, Sophia, P, and no, we're in here, right? And I don't think anything changed. Right, so Karen is a user of Sophia, so something went wrong there with my test. Let's think. Right, Sophia made it. Oh, right. So that's what I was thinking of, right? We need to like take it along, the permissions. That's why we're testing this, because we don't have any use of it running cuss Karen because we're already Karen, right? So also meaning we can easily rm Sophia, and we have a few things to test when I get back. We'll compile it differently, so it's like standalone, and we will see if we can make this using Python too, and to just let's nano. Yeah, exactly. So is there a way to do this to get the permissions there? So we want the permissions. This is owned by root. We want to. Can we use a Python file? That's the question, because we know we can just compile the other one to include, and we will have it. But let's see. No, this. So let's also nano run bash. Oh. .c might be easier to read. So can we in Python do set gid, set uid? That's what we're needing to do in Python. So I will be right back. I'm just going to make some lunch for my 30-year-old. And I'll be back as soon as I remember where on earth I have lunch. There. Just getting lunch. I'll be right back. And also, I remembered I have this mic on. So let's actually switch back to the other mic. Whatever, you can hear me, this doesn't matter. Linus! Det är dags att göra mat.
What?
Det är dags för lunch. Har du åt du precis?
No.
Ska vi inte gå och fixa lite mat då?
Can you make me pizza?
Kan du hjälpa till? Det går jättefort. Du hinner inte få någon timeout eller whatever it is.
Can I make pizza?
Yes. Om du hjälper till. Det går fort, vet du. It's quick. Så. Sen behöver vi fixa disken när vi kommer fram. Det är det här med. Så, pinka.
But this wrench is empty. I'm not going to use it anymore.
Men håller du ingen deg kvar, Linus? Du kan vi inte göra pizza. Jag trodde du hade deg kvar. Vet du vad, när vi åker från skolan sen så handlar vi deg, okej? Vad ska vi äta nu till dig då? Det finns det här nya goda brödet. Du kan få 2 stora sådana med skinka. Ja?
I want 4 bits then.
Fast de där mackorna måste vara 3.
Okay.
Och så om du fortfarande är hungrig så gör vi en till, okej? Jag fixar det. Det finns bara 2 skinkbitar, så du vet. Vi får köpa skinka också. So, we were going to make pizza, but the pizza dough was out. So I'm making him sandwiches with ham and cheese. So I bought this great bread yesterday. That's really well good. It's like massive. You want that's the one I ate on start of stream actually. So it's not like I'm hungry now. So 3 of these. And I think he'll be kind of full. But he is kind of big too. He's much bigger than me. He's 17. Well, at least for half a month more. I'm making one. So that's half, more than half the bread already eaten. There. And it was just $1 because it was like, oh, we made this today. We don't want to sell the same bread tomorrow. We sold it for $1. Or it's actually less. It's expensive. So, there. So let's put butter in these. So for some reason, butter, then it'll be up. And some cheese, of course, but that doesn't take much time. So this bread, there are some holes in it, so anyway. Well, so any thoughts on, I can hear you now. I have my ear with me. So any thoughts on how to do this in Python? Can we do it? And also, I know I have noticed some options to use for the compiler, but we could talk about it. Still. So I'll just search for GCC in my notes. I'm sure it will pop up there. Because I don't have them in my head. The compiler options for GCC there. And also, I think that GCC, I had to compile my C++ thingies with C++, and it feels like so odd to have pluses in a command. Seriously? I think like CPP, right? I don't know. Well, did I just use a long time ago line 90 something? Did I actually use pluses? I don't think we could use pluses in lines. Not on Windows, at least. Don't think so. Don't think you can do that right now. Can you do it now? I'll have to check that out. Check that out. See how it is. So, anyway, so I'm on the 4th sandwich. I'll be right back soon. This is actually taking more time, but we're taking to make a pizza because he turns on the oven, gets out the plate, rolls out the ready pizza dough. Sometimes we make our own, but it's 15 crowns in the store, something like that. So it's like, is it worth it making our own? And he thinks that one is good. Yeah, I don't like it, but whatever, you know. But we're done. So time for some cheese. These are bigger than the cheese, these sandwiches. So It's a lot of cheese. Now you'll see how it looks soon there. So it's a round cheese, so I'm rotating it between. So it doesn't go all crooked. There, cheese down. I'll just put the 2 pieces of ham in his. No. Cheese for me. There. So I guess I'll just plate for him. Oh, I think there's actually 3. That's nice. So all these sandwiches has 1 of them. Obviously we have to buy pause by the store on the way home too. And I noticed the spread was kind of get crumbs on your table, so there. So yeah, I'm coming up again. And also the kitchen fan is on to drag some air in through me. What you going to Ben? Through the pollen filtered windows in the upstairs. There. So this is what the sandwich looks like. It's really fluffy but still massive, you know, it's flexible. It's not like air bread. It's really chunky. So that's finished too. So let's get rid of the lunch thingy and let's continue. So I'm driving at about 1:15. So we have an hour until I'm leaving through the door. Okay, meaning we can't really be doing this for an hour, but I don't think we'll need that much either. Well, let's just start by searching GCC here. So this is the one we need to change here. Okay, we have the plus for that one. Oh, low battery. Okay, I'll have to switch ears. Alright. Sorry, you'll hear that, right? I should almost switch to YouTube. If we had more time, I would listen to it. No, so that was not a place where I had it, but we should add it there too. Oh, let's by the way, maybe it's there. So I thought I had it. I might have to look at the help. It's there, right here.
So why in sudo? Oh, right. That is nice, I found it. But I should have this in GCC too. Here we also have the one with 3 that I said. 3 arguments instead of 2 lines. That I also think sets a third thing, right? Mm-hmm. Right, so why is ours in this file not -p? So let's go back to the other one. And here we also have the fpic one. What was that? It's position independent. Nah, I don't have it in here. So if anyone knows how to make it, yeah, let's Google. I think that's more useful than reading all the help. Yeah, thought so. Mm-hmm. So this is great. There's something we didn't do, you know? Yup, simple one. Use a static file. So static was... So is it imagining this? Is it like dreaming up things? So since static doesn't exist in the file here, right? We don't have static in the help file. We can just test it. That's easy. So the only difference here, I think there it was W. I might just be... So yeah, that's the GCC one there. Yeah, it was W, and it's not in the list either. But I'm assuming that the W is supposed to be the standalone, right? Now why did I? This is it. I was going to copy this. How does it compare to this? Warning suppression during compilation. Seriously, this is so useless. Okay, let's just remove it. We want the warnings. Of course we want the warnings. So seriously, telling people to suppress warnings when they're learning things. I can't see any reason to do it. Except that the person who told us to do that doesn't know what he does. He's just reading some notes. Yeah, so I was just thinking, could this possibly be something similar? But it was definitely not. Yeah, depends on shared binaries. Static thinking. Let's just do static. We got the answer from the start. Not do warnings, seriously. I'm sorry. Um, I'm not complaining on try hack me. Um, but I'm curious who did this. We want the warnings. We want to know the evidence of the evidence. So let's go up to the GCC one. That was kind of long. No, not here. Okay, whatever. Let's type it. So GCC. um. Well, let's just rm. Yeah, this is here. Rm run bash, right? And make sure it's gone. And then we GCC static out to run bash from run bash dot c there. I think this is all it said. Just let me double check back. Oh, okay. So an example with additional libraries. So they're adding math to this one, and they're doing LM here. So let's check the basic one. Static. Let's just assume it works and it's right. And we're not suppressing any darn warnings ever. Implicit declaration. Yeah. But it finds them, so it's okay. So so run bash is there. If we exit, yeah, let's run bash again. We don't have any history, so it's runs bash there. What about the Python one? Let's do one thing at a time, right? Double check the time of the box. We are 28 minutes, so it should be enough that I'm adding. Because we do have time, well, we don't really have more than 28 minutes, like a few seconds more. So, on the box, we're not going to do stuff. We're going to now copy. I think we copied it here. So if we go out here and we isolate here, we have the old one. So we're going to rem run bash here too. There, and then we're going to copy it here. So let's first just isolate to make sure it's gone. And we also have the test file there. Look at this. This is interesting. Anyone seen this? This is what Python did. This is the user that we have on the remote machine. It's Karen, right? Karen is the owner here of this file. So let's just rm test file. So if we run it again, we will see the file pop up again. But we want it to be run as the script is suid bit set. We want it to be running with to like send the permissions on. So I need to learn how to do that. So we're not just following the room, we're just exploring now. Well, still not just exploring. We need to get one of them to work to get the flag to. Oh, my legs. I'll just be like this for a bit. When you focus on how that your leg is painful instead of what you're actually doing, that's not a good idea. So we're going to get the file over there, and it's locally here, and it is run bash over there. So we're actually going to, we're root now, right? On this machine here. And yeah. Now we're going to copy the run bash to tmp NFS there. And let's lsla tmp NFS there. And then we chmod tmp NFS. Oh, look, that was the old one. So now we're in roots history. I think I made a mistake before. I think I made a mistake to do this. Not as root. Which looks odd. Well, we'll just do it there. So plus XS, well, it's already X, so whatever. Let's just run it. If you always do XS, we won't remember it. So now we have run bash. Yeah, so if you see, as you can see, Kali is a user for run bash pi. So let's actually rm run bash.py and look here, and then we will, as root now, cp run bash.py, because this was the problem. And then we know So no py file. Okay, so let's nano run bash.py and let's make a new file. I'm just going to go to the notes, and do we have the Python one open now? So so if we paste this on this side, right, and apparently we got a bit too much of that. So this is where the test file came from, and we'll add the os.system, and this is just the backup, and this is actual test. So we're going to bin bash, and we'll do p this time, right? So now we have two things to test again, though we will need to copy this file as root. No, this is the curly one. This is the root one. So local files, we have runbash.py, which is there, and we have this, and I'm just hopping up here.
Dixerbot says,
YouTube message from Rash Alam. Hey.
Hi, welcome in. And if you want quicker response time, you can hop over to Twitch, because it's like a at least 10-second delay on YouTube. So unfortunately, it's not as good for streaming as it is for watching videos. So let's copy runbush.py to tmp, and this is what it was. Oh no, this is what it was trying to do, and then the file didn't exist. And we're root. We're copying it here. We're going to lsla, tmp, NFS, and there we have both files. And apparently we don't need to sx it, but it has Kali as, so maybe
YouTube message
I
from Rash
or
Alam. It's okay, I'm just here to support. Smiley face.
thank you and welcome again. So I actually RM'd the wrong file before. That's why I had to make it again. So I was supposed to RM the one on. So apparently, if I have a file here and I like replace it with another file, the owner is still the same as it used to be. It seems like that at least. So tmp nfs. And now we're going to delete the right file. When we list this directory, it's empty. Now we copy it again there. And now we lsla. Oh, and I forgot what directory. So now we have it. Now I can chmod it again. We chmod plus xs on runbash.py this time. And now we should have two files there. I lsla the wrong directory again. So now we should have two files there that are both root as the owner. So now when we go back to the SSH as a normal user here for this one, we can see the files here. So if we first just run bash there, Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, I forgot the pop. So, we just root. We root. So, here. And there we can see the, we saw it in the listing before. Here. That's the actual ID from our machine. It looks like this. Yeah. So let's actually get the file that we're going for here. Here we're going to check with flag 7. And let's see if the flag is where they're usually at. They're usually in home. And they're usually in Ubuntu. All but one have been here. No? Oh. Might be here. Or we might just search. So there it is. So would it be quicker to search? My fingers skipped the 7. There. So now we're going to look at if we can do the same with Python. So I'm just putting the flag there. And then we'll try the other way now. So let's exit and look at the files again. Here we have the runbash.py too. Let's see what happens if we do runbash.py. Runbash.py. There. And this didn't work, you know. Where let's just look at this. It says root. Is it SS? So I want to find out how to do this. If you can do this in Py, at least it might be harder. And I haven't seen no one has told me how to do this. So I'm just exploring and thinking that maybe we should probably be able to do this. That kind of thing, you know. And also Sophia is still Karen. It did several things here. It created a file, meaning it's not really run as root, right? Because the file it created still has Karen,
Flow
and we created this
404
file too.
says, exploring is the best way.
Yeah. So what I'm trying to explore is in the C file here. So let's nano runbash.c. Here we do the setgid. So the quickest way to do this actually, I imagine, is ChatGPT. So let's go ChatGPT and how to do the set uid set gid in Python. And I'm going to give the example here of the C, and we'll see. You can use the OS module. The OS module
Fixerbot
provides.
says,
New follower Flow 404. Less than 3.
Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. So let's see if we can find this in the tiny bit of time I have left. We want to explore all the opportunities, all the ways. OS. Okay, so it's that simple. Alright, it's the same functions, just use them here. Right? We don't need for like errors and stuff. This also it uses subprocess run. But I've noticed that isn't as good. Oh, I also made a proper main. So we'll just steal these lines, right? Or like it's exactly the same as a C. right? Let's take the opportunity to actually. I know that we have little time, but what I have in my pseudo, I have this. So let's ask ChatGPT the best learning. This is what I thought of. How does this compare to? And I assume we can use this the same way in Python. Function you see sets a real, effective, and saved user ID of the calling process, similar to but provides finer control of the user IDs, especially. Yeah, so this is probably why I haven't seen the old user, because I've been using this instead, and then it kind of overwrites the real user too, right? Is it that? It looks like it. I'm kind of skipping stuff now just for speed. Yeah, so we could just use this one. We only need, instead of the other lines there. So to hop back, let's we have to do these steps again, unfortunately. So we actually don't. Let's actually as root cd to tmp, because I'm kind of getting annoyed at this and it takes time to copy files. So cd tmp, or let's just nano it. Nano as root. We don't mess about with the permissions. So tmp NFS and run bash.py. We won't have a saved copy of this now, but we will make sure to have it in the notes. So the thing we really need here, we already know these words, or rather, so let's keep it there just to make sure we can see it in all the places that we are the right user. So this is all that we would need there. So also we did run it, so we're not in the same bash that we were. So first let's actually lsla here. We still have run bash pi, still root, still everything looking good. So run it again, and we have a permission error, meaning we're not permitted to do this. So obviously it's easier to do this. So let's actually copy this, because ChatGPT knows what we're doing now, so it might be able to help without any more instructions. So let's go to ChatGPT. Suggestions for this.
Patrick says, looking for something completely different. Do you know if Security Live has taken a vacation? I haven't seen him live in a long time. Translated from Swedish.
He was on a like IRL live for a bit a few days ago. So I think that might have been like a bit vacation related. It wasn't kind of. He was looking at art, so, but I don't know. You can just ask him. You're in his Discord, right? Or you can send a message on Discord. Actually, I'm sure. We can look. We can ask him. It's because I've been thinking too. Right. So I'm just going to paste the other one. Python file. Let's. I'm just popping it up here. Copying the file. Maybe I shouldn't do the P now. That might be bad. I don't know. Copy, and we're pasting it here. And I'm speeding up as time closes up to leaving time. It's not provided with the necessary privileges to change its user ID to root. In your select operating system, to use root or a process where you can change its ID to root. To run the script with privileges, you need to ensure that the script or the executable calling the script has the necessary permissions. Here are some steps to achieve this. Yeah, let's. I did this. The same thing with a C exec, and it worked. It might be wrong, you know. Let's at once remove the P. And now we're actually editing the file on the machine, on the remote machine, and I'm trying to click it. It's nano. It's nano there. So let's save it there. We didn't need to exit. And LSLA. And we see here the test file, and Sophia has Karen. So let's rm Sophia rm test file. So it's not actually using the permissions, it's obvious. So running this won't help, right? It won't help, but let's do it anyway, just to do it. Right, so let's look if there was anything more here. I was going to nano the actual C file instead. No, that's the local C. So we don't have the code copied. Oh, that's too much selection. So sorry for speeding up, and I know that some people want me to speak English slowly, so I'm sorry. I'm sorry that I'm speeding up. It's because I want to have time to do it. Given that running a equivalency program work, we need to have the same approach with Python. The key ensuring the script runs with root privilege, which is achieved by creating a small set with C wrapper runs. Yeah, but that was the whole reason. I'm just trying. I'm just trying to find out if we can do this with only Python. That is the purpose of this test. Running a C wrapper. So needing to run a C wrapper would be the same as failure. There, meaning no. Yes, you can achieve this using only Python, but you need to set a permission on the Python script itself to allow it to be executed. Yeah, but it is. It's seen the direct listing. The key part is setting the execute bit on the Python script and making sure it's run as root. Yes. Check the LSLL. And you see the plus excess perms and root owner. I see. Given the Python script has suid and suid permission and is owned by root, it should execute to the permission of the owner, which is in this case is root. However, it seems that executing the script will result in a permission error. And also the files I create are owner Karen. One possibility is a system configuration or security settings are preventing the script from being executed with elevated privileges due to security concerns. Yeah, of course, this is not an intended way to test on this machine. So it might be some kind of Python security feature that we skip, we'll see. Yeah, so maybe we can't do anything more. It's just sending the same thing back to us that I've already sent it. Only to get the error messages. Yeah, we could do that. We could do that. Changing my ugly quick Python to actual good Python. Let's do it. We have time for this, and then I have to run. So it's a good test to use the last of the time here. So let's now we're going to nano the on the server file straight there. So I'm just going to delete all the things here. I'm sure there's a better way to delete all of it without also copying any of it. So we're pasting it all. Our own script, but with try except. And printing the error messages that we get, both permission errors and any other error that might occur. And that might be useful. We'll see if we get more information. Also, we know that these they fail because they're setting the wrong user. Right, also, I might have a reply on my phone from my kid's school. Well, let's see. Okay, she just thanked me for the information back then. She didn't say if she had any success or anything. What was I doing? Let's SX and let's go to the machine and let's delay this. We still have suid stid root, meaning this should work if it's not Python configuration oddities, right? We could also, of course, run it with Python 3. We don't get anything more. It's just the same error message. Just the same error message. So if we were just to Python 3 this, if this works, it would be very odd. Yeah, so confirming location there too. No. So possibly this is a not bug in Python. Python being more secure, right? So this shouldn't be permitted. That's good. Meaning we need to make executable for these. But now we have explored the possibility and confirmed with well, I mean, the function exists, so it wasn't just ChatGPT finding things from nowhere. Also, we learned that we can use these functions in Python. So, there's OS dot, and we can set this if we have permission, which I think this is kind of blocked. Right, the last thing we could do, we could check Google this. Python blocked. Oh no, it didn't like. Is OS system a blocking call? No. Okay. Yeah. Well, here we got it. Not permitted after. So I'm thinking Python. Let's remove blocks because we got the wrong things. Let's actually use error message we have. It is operation not permitted, and it's from exact this. So this is all needed. Root priv can't be dropped in Python even after. So Python docs. So why does this not work? Duplicate. So also sh. Well, they just tell them to use C instead. We know that works. We know how to do it. We just wanted to see if it was easily, just without compiling quickly, making a Python script, you know? So using the last 3 minutes. Actually, I think it's time to look for someone to raid on it. It's 4, cool. Right, we might look at other things, but it's not might not be worth it. But just to like research, learn more things, explore the possibilities, what we can do and what we can't do. We only have this bit left. This is kind of sad that I have to go now. We can't do this one now. We'll have to be pleased with finishing this one. So maybe I'll hop on later and do this, but I will have to raid and quickly run like, well, actually, I do have a few minutes more. Well, we only have one person here. I'll go tell my kid that we're leaving soon, and no, it's just stressful. I need a few minutes, you know, to put on socks and shoes and stuff. We're running out of the house at 1:15. So anyway, at 14, that means in 1 hour I will be streaming an IRL test stream. So I also had to close down OBS and Streamerbot and start them again because once Streamerbot didn't take the commands. So I had to use Twitch's own app to stream, and that was a horrible experience that I will never want to repeat. If you just don't have the app up as a first app, then it will drop the whole stream. Will just stop. So it actually became 3 streams from me just switching to another app, trying to see if I could use my TTS. So no, not doing that again. So I'm going to double check that. Let's look at Twitch here. Let's see who we have online. Yeah, great. Look, Captain Coder just started. Because I've been raiding Pyro Software 2 times, I think. Because there was no one else. And look, here's his notification. That's just the thing, right? So, people on YouTube, www. Oh, sorry. Oh my god, I don't want music in here. YouTube will copyright text the video. Right, so www.twitch.tv, the Captain Coder. That's the URL. If you want to hop over there. I think he might be there too, I don't know. Yeah, he has a YouTube too. So you people on YouTube can hop to Captain Coder, right? Crazy fun dude. He's an educator in programming. So let's actually send the raid here. Also, I'll paste the link for the Twitch one here. You can also go to YouTube.
Fixerbot says,
YouTube
Let's
message from Fixit42Live. Web link.
the Captain Coder 1.0 there, and we'll see if I typed it right. Yep. So, thank you very much, everybody, for being here. I will stream at 14. Well, that will be like an IRL crazy running in the woods or something. We'll see. And then when I get back here, I might do the last bit of this so we finish it up, right? Because this is a bit annoying, just having the, let's see where it's, just the tiniest little bit on the end of this room. It's not finished. Right, we have to fix that. So, thank you, everybody. I'll click the raid now button. Thank you. And for YouTube, you know where to go if you want to join the raid. I'm going to